On behalf of Trustbank Amanah and the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, ICD, I would like to welcome you all to the first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum. A special welcome to Vice Chair of Parliament, Mr. Melvin Bova, representative of the IsDB Government of Suriname and Minister of Finance, Mrs. Iris Sanda, Minister of Trade, Industry and Tourism, Mr. Stephen Sang, Governor of the Central Bank of Suriname, Mr. Robert Green-Van-Triet, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Julian Pujianto, representatives of Diplomatic Corps, representatives of the various ministries, media. We are nevertheless grateful to you for having made the effort to take part in this forum. My name is Sharon Notari, and I will be a master of ceremony for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I shall give the floor to Brother Mohammed Shifayat Bilal to kick off the forum with a recitation of the Holy Quran. May I invite Brother Mohammed Shifayat for the recitation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الذين يأكلون الربا لا يقومون إلا كما يقوم الذي خبطه الشيطان من المس، ذلك بأنهم قالوا إنما البيع مثل الربا وحل الله البيع وحرم الربا، فمن جاءه موعظة من ربه فانتهى فله ما سلف وأمره إلى الله، ومن عاد فأولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون. يمحق الله الربا ويربي الصدقات والله لا يحب كل كفار عظيم. إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وأقاموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة لهم أجرهم عند ربهم ولا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وذروا ما بقي من الربا إن كنتم مؤمنين. صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you, Brother Shifayat, for the recitation. May I invite CEO of Trustbank Amanah, Mrs. Maureen Bajuri, to deliver her keynote speech.
Vice Chair of Parliament, Mr. Melvin Bova, representative of the Minister of Finance, Ms. Iris Central Bank of Suriname, Mr. Robert. Mr. Dulang Pujianto, our guests from the ISDB member group, Excellencies, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning to you all. It is my great pleasure to welcome you today at the first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum to discuss the role and opportunities of Islamic finance to support the private sector development in Suriname and the Caribbean. Allow me to give a brief introduction in who we are. It's my favorite part of my speech, actually. In December 2017, Suriname has made history with the introduction of the first full-fledged primary Islamic bank, Trustbank Amanah. Not only for Suriname, but for the whole Caribbean and Latin American region, this unique fundament has been established. With the introduction of a bank based on the principles of Sharia, the complementary basis of sustainable development and financial well-being has been established in Suriname. This milestone is the result This milestone is the result of a fruitful collaboration between Trustbank Amanah, IsDB, Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, and the Surinamese monetary authorities, the Minister of Finance, and the Central Bank of Suriname. Objective of the forum: Islamic finance and private sector, connection for development. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum aims to give a better understanding of Islamic finance and its application. Furthermore, to mobilize resources within the framework of economic integration of ISDB member countries and form strategic business alliances with ICT partners in member countries, with a focus on new opportunities offered by technology and innovation as a catalyst for development. With this forum, we hope to present a unique opportunity to business people and policymakers to network and establish business relations with Trustbank Amanah, ICD, and other leading representatives of the business community in Suriname and the Caribbean. In collaboration with ICD, we continue to promote Islamic finance, with a special focus in this region to jointly achieve a successful Islamic finance industry. In this forum, we will discuss topics such as SMEs, reverse linkage, fintech, and bidding sukuk, environment and challenges of Islamic finance globally. Islamic finance is a relatively young industry, but it is growing steadily. The total worth of the Islamic financial institutions has further increased to approx USD 2.4 trillion in 2018. In an environment that is highly competitive and constantly changing, the Islamic finance is becoming widely known. The sector has made significant progress with the essential foundations that support the financial infrastructure to support good expansion. The challenge for this is that we have to take the sector to the next development stage and strengthen the robustness of the industry in a more challenging environment. What's important is the need to develop the strategies to be applied to build the key strengths and to increase institutional capacity in the industry. Collaboration efforts must be intensified globally, and integration must be accelerated. According to a recent S&P report, there are three accelerators for success of Islamic finance. The first accelerator is an inclusive standardization, which will enable, for example, a sukuk issuer, we have a sukuk expert in the room, to use standard legal documentation, plug in its underlying assets, and go to market. The other two accelerators are fintech and the role of Islamic finance linked to ESG opportunities, the environment, social and governance opportunities, as regulators and policymakers around the world seek to establish a more sustainable, stakeholder-focused, and socially responsible financial system. As you also know, the UNDP acknowledges that Islamic finance principles, with its emphasis on inclusiveness and broad understanding of business-society relations, are highly aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Fintech can be disruptive as a potential threat in certain business lines, such as money transfer and payments, but certainly can also be seen as an opportunity because fintech can unlock new avenues of growth and secure transactions. The role of Islamic finance for the private sector in Suriname and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, Islamic finance is moving beyond its historic boundaries into new territories. Islamic banking and finance, which is still in its infancy in this region, must be at the forefront of development in order to remain a viable and competitive form of financial intermediation. During the past years, Islamic finance has turned out to be an effective tool to finance successful development, including in non-Muslim countries. Major financial markets are discovering solid evidence that Islamic financing is already integrated into the main financial system and have the ability to help face the challenges of extreme poverty and the requirement of shared prosperity. Islamic financing is equity-based, asset-backed, ethical, sustainable, and socially responsible financing. The challenge in the Islamic banking sector is therefore to evolve the development of an Islamic financial system into a system that is dynamic, responsive, and sustainable. The benefits that sustainable development of Islamic finance offers are economic growth, poverty reduction, and the promotion of shared prosperity. Islamic finance can contribute to economic development, given the direct link with physical assets and the real economy. The use of profit and loss distribution schemes encourages the provision of financial support to productive companies that can stimulate production and thereby generate jobs. The emphasis on tangible assets ensures that the sector only supports transactions that have a real purpose, thereby discouraging financial speculation. As banks, we have an important role to play in the Surinamese economic transformation by financing the private sector and supporting our country's strategy of diversification away from natural resources sector, which will enhance the economy's resilience to commodity price shocks and boost potential growth for the whole economy. In Suriname, the business environment is involving different cultures, where Muslims are only approximately 10% of the total population, which requires creative approach to vehicle a new way to do banking as an Islamic bank. Aside from being an ethical bank, our strategy is to be universal and target the whole market with competitive and innovative products and services with a special focus on fintech. We intend to deliver innovative financing solutions to SMEs and to partner with international financial institutions like IsDB through lines of finance which can have a real added value to the Surinamese economy. And aside from regulatory and tax frameworks, the success of an Islamic bank relies on an integrated ecosystem. In order Islamic banking to succeed, we need to create the same level playing field for Islamic finance institutions. It starts with a dedicated regulatory and tax framework. And I think we have all the important persons here in the room today. And fortunately, the necessary steps are already being taken. Islamic Commercial Bank needs to be supported by an Islamic money and capital market. The Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Suriname are working toward establishing a modern money market and capital market for the country, with special consideration of the specificities of Islamic banking. We are grateful for that. For instance, the Ministry of Finance structured an Islamic treasury bill in order to enable Trustbank Amanah to manage our liquidity. We are also delighted that recently the Central Bank of Suriname has implemented liquidity management instruments as permanent facilities. The next step is to elaborate together to draft one that is Sharia compliant. The Kafir market, that is the Islamic insurance, is also a main component of Islamic finance infrastructure that provides the necessary risk protection to its policyholders and to serve as an efficient mobilizer of long-term funds. We do not have a Takaful company in Suriname yet, but we are working towards establishing the first Takaful company in Suriname. In conclusion, given the urgency of developing the private sector, we should not neglect respecting the morality and ethics in business. This is very important in order to ensure sustainable economic growth in the medium and the long term. Equitable distribution of wealth, real economy financing, and the respect of the environment are the most critical moral challenges of our times. These are also fundamental ethical rules of Islamic finance. The private sector in Suriname presents a lot of challenges, but at the same time, a lot of opportunities. And Islamic finance has definitely a role to play and an added value to help the development of the private sector. Hand in hand with conventional finance, local and international financial institutions, and the government as facilitator. In order to bring Islamic finance to its full potential, again, we need to create the same level playing field. Create an environment that is conducive to Islamic finance. The international finance landscape with its best practices is an effective benchmark. We can learn from them and build an effective Islamic finance system which appeals to our markets and our region. It is very important to show great flexibility and an economic benefit beyond compliance with Sharia. It should also offer banking services at a competitive cost. Strengthening and deepening of our collaboration with strategic partners is essential to develop Islamic finance further and to create a successful and sustainable Islamic finance industry in Suriname. We do hope that by introducing Islamic finance in Suriname, we have paved the way to develop new markets and opportunities. Another ambition that we have is to play the role as catalyst into developing Suriname to be the Islamic finance hub in the region. Suriname could become that hub if the ecosystem is established. The timing is important. We need to be the first and best. Ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over the floor to our distinguished speakers, I want to express my sincere appreciation to the ISDB for co-organizing the first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum. Without their help, this event wasn't possible. I am very excited and looking forward to a very interesting and fruitful forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bajuri. May I now invite the Governor of the Central Bank of Suriname, Mr. Robert van Trick, to deliver his speech.
Good morning, distinguished brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. I feel privileged and grateful to address this forum today, and I would like to thank our host, Trustbank Amanah, the first Islamic bank in Suriname established in December 2017, for inviting me to contribute as one of the keynote speakers at the first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum. I would like to express my appreciation to the Trustbank Amanah and its multilateral strategic partner, the Islamic Corporation, for the development of the private sector. For organizing this forum, basically for entrepreneurs joining us today and this afternoon to get much more valuation and understanding on the difference of what is possible in Suriname. I look forward to saying that the Central Bank of Suriname is planning and promoting Islamic finance in order to achieve social economic development. First, I want to start with the following quote, which I made recently held at the IMF World Bank meeting in Washington, D.C. Suriname is the 17th richest country in the world in natural resources. The central bank must ask itself what its role should be in ensuring the country fulfills its potential and is up to speed with international markets. And by understanding that quote, we might know that Islamic finance is also a part of the international market. What is the role then of the central bank? Aside from being incubator, I will tell you about Suriname, a highly dependent on the exports of oil, gold, and agricultural products, and has been repeatedly buffeted by international commodity price talks. In 2015 and 2016, the economy contracted sharply due to primarily the falling international commodity prices, but growth returned in 2017. The medium-term growth outlook is between 2 and 3% per annum, while inflation is projected around 3.8% in 2019, coming down from an average of 55% at the height of the crisis. The share of the private sector in GDP, according to the figures of the General Bureau of Statistics, is 84% market price for both the formal and the informal sector. As in other economies, small and medium enterprises play a major role in our economy. We have to really focus on ways to attract these small, medium enterprises in access to finance. The access to finance is a key constraint of the SME's growth. Without it, many SMEs will languish and stagnate. By offering access to capital, this sector has been instrumental in improving their well-being and thereby stimulating the social-economic development. Besides that, it supports poverty reduction, economic development, market and institutional development, employment, economic growth, and well-being. Undoubtedly, Islamic finance offers opportunities to enhance the development of the private sector. The Central Bank welcomes this first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum because Islamic finance offers financing for different sectors, especially the private sector. Access to finance, therefore, is very important. Since social and economic development can be embedded when a a large section of the society is marginalized and lacks access to financial products that can cater to their needs given their income levels. One of the major challenges of Islamic finance, especially for those providers focusing primarily on poverty alleviation, has been bringing its programs to scale without compromising on the Sharia or the well-being of the firm and its clients. Islamic finance is another way of providing access to financial products and services. It increases possibilities for various target groups. To promote Islamic finance in Suriname, the bank, in collaboration with the IsDB, will organize a 2-day workshop called Inside the Black Box of Islamic Finance later in November. Basic concepts of Islamic finance will be discussed during this workshop, which will absolutely give much more awareness of the possibility of Islamic finance. Additionally, the bank is now conducting a bidding procedure in accordance with the ISDB guidelines to recruit a consultant agency that will provide technical assistance to promote the regulations of Islamic finance intended for the financial institutions. Also, when we look on what the role should be of the central bank in the sense of the incubator's role, I look forward, and this has been discussed as well, in setting up an Islamic desk, finance desk at the central bank to provide much more awareness on this level. The central bank is aware of the importance to fulfill an incubator's role in establishing more diverse strategy to gain more wealth for future generations. This is in line with Article 9 of the Bank Act, stipulating the socio-economic development of its country. Going forward, the central bank will ensure that the economy of Suriname remains on a sustainable growth path, while maintaining monetary and financial stability. Based upon this, promoting financial inclusion to ensure that everyone in society has effective access to financial services. The central bank is committed to the development of Islamic finance in Suriname and encourages the use of this form of financing. Dear brothers and sisters, if I may conclude, looking at the variety of entrepreneurs that are involved in this financial forum, I wish you good luck, a learning phase, and this is an opening basically to provide much more information towards the Caribbean, towards the region, and especially towards Suriname. Dear brothers and sisters, I thank you for your attention. Salam.
Thank you, Mr. Robert Gray van Trick. May I now invite the representative of the Minister of Finance, Mrs. Iris Samuel, to deliver the speech of the ISDB Governor of Suriname and Minister of Finance, Mr. Gilmore of Draat.
Goedemorgen, good morning, salam alaikum. Ik zal mijn speech in het Nederlands doen, maar er is vertaling, dus dat komt goed.
So
I will do my speech.
she will do her speech in Dutch, but I will translate what she says.
Vicevoorzitter DNA, minister van HI, ambassadeurs, governor Centrale Bank, bestuursleden en management van Trustbank Amanah, vertegenwoordigers van ICD, genodigden, leden van de pers, dames en heren.
Good morning, Minister of Trade and Industry, Vice Speaker of the National Assembly, Governor of the Central Bank of Suriname, board members and management of Trustbank Amanah, representatives of the ICD, guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen.
Allereerst moet ik de minister van Financiën verontschuldigen die vandaag niet aanwezig kan zijn. Het is u allen bekend dat minister Hoefdraad aan de wieg gestaan heeft van de introductie van Islamic Financing in Suriname. Dit in nauwe samenwerking met Dr. Jim Rassam en ambassadeur Lal Mohammed, de alternate governor bij de Islamic Development Bank.
In the first place, I have to apologize for the Minister of Finance, who is not able to be present here today. As you all know, Minister Hoefdraad has been from the very beginning from the introduction of Islamic financing in Suriname. This was done in close cooperation with Dr. Jim Rassam and Ambassador Lal Mohammed.
En niet zonder succes, want in december 2017 vond in Paramaribo met ondersteuning van de ICD de launch van Trustbank Amanah, de eerste Islamic bank in het Caribisch gebied plaats. De slogan was The Other Way of Banking. Ik denk dat de bank trots mag zijn om vandaag ook het eerste Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum te organiseren.
And not without success, because in December 2017, in Paramaribo, with the support of the ICD, Trustbank Amanah, the first Islamic bank in the Caribbean, was launched. The slogan was, "The Other Way of Banking." I believe that the bank may be proud today to also organize the first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum.
Islamic Finance werd geïntroduceerd om bij te dragen aan de sociaal-economische ontwikkeling van Suriname door het aanbieden van alternatieve financiële producten. Alhoewel de grondslag van Islamic Finance het islamgeloof is, haast ik mij om aan te geven dat dit geenszins betekent dat Islamic Finance slechts beschikbaar is voor personen die dit geloof belijden. Dat zou ook niet passen in onze multiculturele en religieuze samenleving.
Islamic finance was introduced to contribute to the economic development of Suriname by offering alternative financial products. Although Islamic finance is based on the Islam faith, I immediately have to add that this in no way means that Islamic finance is only available for persons who profess this religion. It would not fit in within our multicultural and religious society.
Het belangrijkste verschil tussen Islamic Finance en het conventioneel bankieren wordt onder andere bepaald door het hanteren van een rentepercentage. Waar het westerse model voornamelijk speculeert en fluctueert, is het volgens de principes van de Sharia verboden onnodige risico's te nemen en geld met geld te verdienen.
The most important difference between Islamic finance and the conventional banking is, among other things, determined by applying an interest percentage. Where the Western model mainly speculates and fluctuates, according to the principles of the Sharia, it is forbidden to take unnecessary risks and to earn money through money.
Binnen de Islamic Finance zijn er verschillende producten beschikbaar, waaronder murabaha, istisnas en bijvoorbeeld via de ICD ook sukuk, reverse linkage, line of finance, equity financing, fintech development, etc. Tijdens de panels zullen enkele van deze financieringsproducten nader aan de orde komen.
There are various products available within the Islamic finance, including murabaha, istisnas, and through, for example, the ICD, also sukuk, reverse linkage, line of finance, equity financing, fintech development, etc. During the panels, these will be further discussed.
Bij de introductie van Islamic Finance in Suriname is een zorgvuldige voorbereiding noodzakelijk, omdat de regelgeving van ons bankwezen nog volledig afgestemd is op het conventioneel bankieren. Ook hebben we de afgelopen periode onder andere geconstateerd dat op het gebied van de belastingwetgeving het een en ander ook aangepast moet worden. Sommige aanpassingen zijn makkelijker uit te voeren dan andere en kunnen eventueel wetswijzigingen met zich meebrengen. Bij alle aanpassingen moet ook met zorg gekeken worden dat er geen bevoordeling van het conventioneel bankieren ten opzichte van het islamitisch bankieren plaatsvindt of omgekeerd.
The introduction of Islamic finance requires a careful preparation because our banking sector regulations are still fully geared to conventional banking. In the recent period, we've also concluded, among other things, that in the area of tax legislation, a few aspects still have to be adjusted. Some adjustments are easier to be implemented than others and may entail some amendments to legislation. Without adjustments, we should also carefully take into consideration that there is no favoring of conventional banking compared to Islamic banking or the other way around.
Islamic financing wint steeds meer vertrouwen en is ontzettend hard aan het groeien in de wereld. Ook in vele niet-moslimlanden en verschillende internationale organisaties zoals UNDP, Wereldbank en de IsDB is er een groeiende interesse voor Islamic financing.
Islamic financing is gaining increasingly more trust and is going through tremendous growth around the world. Also in non-Muslim countries and various international organizations such as the UNDP, the World Bank and the IsDB, we see a growing interest for Islamic financing.
Het is aangetoond dat terwijl conventionele westerse banken tijdens de financiële crisis zwaar onder druk stonden, Islamic finance het snelst groeiende segment in de financiële sector werd met de verdubbeling van de gefinancierde activa wereldwijd van 509 naar 1,2 miljard dollar in de periode 2006 tot 2011. Het vermoeden bestaat dat dit komt omdat bij islamitisch bankieren ethische afwegingen een veel sterkere rol spelen.
It has been demonstrated that while conventional Western banks during the financial crisis were under heavy pressure, Islamic finance became the fastest growing segment in the financial sector with a doubling of the finance assets worldwide of 509 to $1.289 billion in the period 2006-2011. It is assumed that this is the result because of the fact that with Islamic banking, ethical considerations play a far more important role.
Suriname is momenteel lid van alle 4 organisaties binnen de Islamic Development Bank Group, namelijk de IsDB, dat is de bank zelf, de Islamic Corporation for the Development of Private Sector, de ICD, de International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation en de Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit ISIC. Het is goed te vermelden dat Suriname in de 3 eerste organisaties actief is, zij het via concessionele leningen, technische assistentie of andere financieringsproducten of samenwerkingen in verschillende sectoren. Hierbij noem ik als voorbeeld de sectoren energie, gezondheidszorg, onderwijs en huisvesting. Ook wordt gebruik gemaakt van het International Research and Training Institute van de IsDB, IRT.
Suriname is currently a member of all 4 organizations within the Islamic Development Bank Group, namely the Islamic Development Bank, IsDB, Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, ICD, International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, ITFC, and Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, ICIEC. In this respect, it's worth mentioning that Suriname is active in the first 3 organizations, be it through concessional loans, technical assistance, or other financing products or forms of cooperation in the various sectors. In this respect, I can mention the sectors energy, healthcare, education, and housing. Use is also made of the International Research and Training Institute of the IsDB, IRT.
Via het lidmaatschap van de IsDB en ICB zijn ook andere samenwerkingsvormen in Suriname toegepast. Ik denk hierbij aan de reverse linkage. Dit is een Zuid-Zuid samenwerkingsmechanisme waarbij de IsDB als de facilitator tussen 2 of meer landen optreedt. Hierbij speelt overdracht van kennis, technologie en dergelijke een belangrijke rol. In Suriname zijn ten aanzien van reverse linkage in uitvoering zijn er verschillende reverse linkages in uitvoering. Onder andere met Indonesië op het gebied van de rijstproductie, met Maleisië ten aanzien van kunstmatige inseminatie van runderen, met Indonesië ook op het gebied van de halal-industrie, dit doen wij samen met Guyana, en met Turkije voor wat betreft air traffic control. Het rice production project loopt heel goed en wordt nu ook door Guyana uitgevoerd.
There are also other forms of cooperation applied in Suriname through the membership of the IsDB. In this respect, reverse linkage comes to mind, which is a South-South partnership mechanism whereby the IsDB acts as the facilitator between 2 or more countries. In this respect, transfer of knowledge, technology, and the like play an important role. With regard to reverse linkages, in Suriname the following is being implemented with Indonesia as regards rice production, Malaysia with regard to artificial insemination of cattle, Indonesia halal industry together with Guyana, Turkey as regards air traffic control. There is a lot of progress in the rice production, and this is also being implemented by Guyana.
De subtitel van het forum, Islamic Finance and Private Sector, Connection for Development, daagt ons uit om via de mogelijkheden van Islamic Finance samen met de private sector bij te dragen aan de ontwikkeling van ons land. Laat dit forum u vandaag de weg wijzen naar enkele van de Islamic Finance mogelijkheden en begeleiden naar de verschillende alternatieven.
The subtitle of the forum, Islamic Finance and Private Sector, Connection for Development, challenges us through the possibilities of Islamic financing to contribute to the development of our country together with the private sector. Let this forum today show you the way to some of the Islamic finance possibilities and guide you to the various alternatives.
Suriname is het eerste IsDB-lidland op het westelijk halfrond, gevolgd door ons buurland Guyana. Het is onder andere om deze reden dat de IsDB heeft toegezegd om de regionale hub voor het Caribisch gebied in Suriname te vestigen.
Suriname is the first IsDB membership country on the Western Hemisphere, followed by our neighbor country Guyana. It is among other things for that reason that the IsDB has committed itself to establish the regional hub for the Caribbean in Suriname.
Ik wil afsluiten met de huidige slogan van Trustbank Amanah, namelijk Confidence is the key. En ik wil zeggen, Trustbank Amanah, we gaan gezamenlijk met dezelfde confidence door en u mag blijven rekenen op de steun van het ministerie van Financiën. Ik dank u voor uw aandacht en wens u een vruchtbare conferentie toe.
I would like to conclude with the current slogan of Trustbank Amanah, namely confidence is the key, and I would like to say the following. Trustbank Amanah, jointly we will continue with the same confidence, and you may continue to count on the support of the Ministry of Finance. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a productive conference.
Thank you, Mrs. Iris Sandel. We were supposed to have with us today Mr. Ayman Sijini, CEO of ICT, but he couldn't join us due to unforeseen events. He, however, took the time to send us a special video for the event to welcome you all. Let's watch it.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Your Excellencies. Mr. Gilmore Hoffdran, ISDB Governor in Suriname Ministry of Finance. Mr. Robert Gray van Trick, the Governor of Central Bank of Suriname, Governor. Mr. Stefan Tsang, Minister of Trade and Industry. Mr. Brian Randall, the Chairman of the Suriname Trade and Industry Association. Mr. Anwar Lat Muhammad, ISDB Alternative Governor in Suriname and representative of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Fisheries. Mr. David Abigven, Director of Minister of Natural Resources. Mrs. Maureen Bajori, the CEO of Trustbank Amanah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm pleased to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to Their Excellencies, the Chairman, the member of the Trustbank Amanah and Suriname Government, for hosting the first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum. I truly wished to be there and attend it with you, and would have been a great honor for me to have a great conversation between us and the important discussions we will have today. It is a great honor for me and the ICD to join the august gathering at the opening of this important and first event of its kind in the region. The quality of the high-level organization, and I have noticed this time, makes me affirm that the forum will be the largest, most important business event in the region. Your Excellencies, the Chairman and the Excellencies, I am pleased to mention that the distinguished partnership between Suriname and ISD has not been born in this event only. We have several occasions and events, and would like to highlight them to you. IFI programs have successfully conversion of the Trust Bank of Convention Bank into a full-fledged Islamic bank. Since January 2018, the bank has been operating as a full-fledged Islamic bank under the name of Trustbank Amanah. In regards to line of finance, ICD is considering to extend line of finance facility of $2 million to Trustbank Amanah. Equity investment at ISDB and ICD are currently reviewing various options for strengthening the capital of Trustbank Amanah throughout leveraging the ICD, Global Partnership Financial Institution, and conversion of line of finance facility to Tier 1 capital. It is important here to highlight that we have created ICD platform in which 119 financial institutions have expressed interest to be in this network, and the conversion and the discussion between them and the trade transactions will be greater enhancement, and the discussions and connection of South America with Africa, North Africa, and Middle East and Asia will be really greatly expanded due to this platform, in my opinion. And inshallah, we'll be able to see great success out of it. Equity investment of ISDB and ICD is beside also the TA grants of ISDB, whereby the group is considering to extend 600,000 regional TA grants for enhancing Caribbean region value chain. Infrastructure finance is extremely important for us in the regions that we cover, and there has been an approval of ISDB Group decision to extend $2 million to finance in support of feasibility study and detailed design for health system strengthening projects in Suriname. ISDB Group approved decision to provide $41.2 million for the financing of power generation, transmission, distribution, EPAR and ENIC Phase 1. Regional hub in South America and Caribbean is a target. Under the new strategy of ISDB Group, Suriname has been identified as a strategic hub for the expansion in South America and Caribbean region. Regulatory support for the development of Islamic finance product, the Central Bank of Suriname and other government-related entities have demonstrated strong support throughout the journey of the Trustbank Amanah in Islamic banking through providing provision Islamic banking license. The ISDB is considering to provide technical assistance to the current Central Bank of Suriname's view of improving the legal regulatory environment for Islamic banking and finance. With this, I'd like to inform you that we are planning to have the information that Mr. Tariq, Malaika, and our working and marketing team are representing ISDB in Suriname today. And there will be signed MOU with Trustbank Amanah. Your Excellencies and Chairman, the Excellency and distinguished guests, I strongly believe that this forum is in line with the vision of ICD and ISDB to enhance the market and business sector contribution to the development. We look forward for the forum to forgive and broaden the investment partnerships that will achieve further growth and comprehensive progress of Suriname national economy and the economic of the country in the region as a whole. I call upon all participants to join efforts to promote cooperation and to make use of the comprehensive advantage of each country for a better future. I reiterate my thanks and gratitude to the Republic of Suriname and to our partner Trustbank Amanah for the excellent organization. I congratulate you on this wonderful forum. I pray to Allah Almighty for the forum to be very well, for the blessing in country to open the way for never-ending success. Thank you very much.
ICD is active in supporting entrepreneurs.
Also, thank you to Mr. Ayman Sajini for his video. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the first panel, I would like to share with you regarding the program. As you can see, around 12 to 1:45, we have the lunch and prayer break. For those who need to go to the mosque for the Jumu'ah prayer, there is an opportunity to do so at the nearest mosque, Nabawi. There will be a bus around 1 o'clock to take you to the mosque and coming back to the forum, so you are able to follow the forum till the closing. Let's continue with the first panel for today. The topic is scaling up the role of Islamic finance in the development of the private sector. May I first invite the panelists, Mr. Donaghy Malone, representative of the Minister of Trade, Industry and Tourism, Ms. Maureen Bajuri, CEO of Trustbank Amanah, Mr. Brian Renton, Chairman of the Suriname Trade and Industry Association, and Mr. Tariq Malaika, Program Lead and Representative of ICD. And the moderator for this panel is Mr. Karim Shushan. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please apologize the Governor of the Central Bank because he will leave us earlier due to other obligations.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the Morcha, Assalamu alaikum, good morning. I would like to welcome you again and welcome our special guest coming from the Caribbean region, from Trinidad and Curaçao. My name is Karim Shushan. I'm advisor at Trustbank Amanah, and I did have the honor to be also part of the ICD. I'm happy to meet again my colleagues from ICD. I will start by a question to the panelists before presenting our guest. Who is in the room does not know what is Islamic banking? Please raise your hand. who does not know Islamic banking, please raise your hands. Okay, so you can go home. Okay. I think this panel will be a very important panel because we want to mix a high-level discussion about private sector, but also approach Islamic banking and give a first idea about what is Islamic banking and what's the role of Islamic banking to finance the private sector. It's a privilege to welcome our distinguished guest speakers this morning, Mr. Donakhil Manon, Deputy Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Tourism. We welcome Mr. Brian Ranton, Chairman of the Suriname Trade and Industry Association, IsDB. Mr. Tarek Malaika, my colleague, ICD representative. We welcome Ms. Moni Bajouri, CEO of Trustbank Amanah. Let me start with a question to Mr. Donakhil Manon. What are the opportunities that Suriname's market is offering to investors, and how easy it is to do business in Suriname?
Good morning from my side. Also, let me first start to give our gratitude from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Tourism to Trustbank Amanah and ICD for organizing the first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum. And one of the things to say about what are the opportunities or what are the things in regards of the doing business in Suriname. As Ministry of Trade, Industry and Tourism, we take a lot of actions. And one of the main actions that we took was modify the Act on Business and Jobs by doing business in Suriname. And we are moving towards to remove barriers for private sector to have more businesses and more jobs doing in this kind of industry. In regards to this, I want to say that we also promote investment, and either way it's for direct investment or directly local investment. It's very good to say that one of the things that we saw that the way of doing business was one in regard of three, to have a electronic single window. And we also established that we are now in the phase of establishing an electronic single window for Suriname, where it's making it easier to do business in Suriname. So that's one of the important things, and besides modifying the act.
I'll continue with the second question, please, if you don't mind. We talked about the opportunity in Suriname. Let's talk about the projects, means the new markets that you would like to create in Suriname, and how multilateral institutions like ICD could help you to support you to create these markets and bring them to maturity.
As the government, we see one of the important barriers that we have on the bottlenecks was access to finance. And access to finance, we assessed that we first saw as a ministry that one of the things that local or you can say people who want to establish business was capacity building. So we worked towards with the public-private partnership to have more capacity building. But besides capacity building, we saw the requests coming more and more about, hey, I need finance. So in regards to finance, I see that one of the main things in this thing can be that the support of people getting finance, and also we look at our side, like how to support more mostly friendly tourism, to have more people also see in the region, like as Suriname, one of the first countries that is promoting and also established a way of share banking. And that is one of the things that we want to say. We started now with one of the projects in the poultry, the halal poultry, because we had a discussion like many people eat chicken, for example, but not everyone eats the chicken as normal. So why not go on a way of having a standard? And that's why we look at our national quality policy to go by a standard. But to stay on the question that you asked, how can ICD and also this initiative help support? there's a need of finance in establishing business, and I think by promoting a couple of industries, the request of finance can be more bigger, and then there's an opportunity that this way of financing can support the growth of local business.
Thank you very much. Still in the same context of the context and environment of the private sector in Suriname, I would like to address a question to Mr. Brian. As chairman of the Trade and Industry Association, how can you describe the private sector in Suriname? How easy is it to establish a new business in Suriname? And how you see the role of an alternative way of finance, such as Islamic finance, to support the private sector?
Thank you for that question. I have put together a few slides to support my answer, and I think it's best if I use that. Hello? Yes. I was probably the one that misunderstood the setup of this discussion, so I prepared some slides in advance. But I think they're useful in answering this question. So good morning, everybody. I think all protocols have been observed. And let me start by saying that it's indeed for me a real pleasure to address you this morning at this seminar. Islamic banking or Islamic financing is very new for Suriname. It is new for me. It's not well known. And seminars like this can help promote Islamic financing and banking and educate the private sector on the opportunities it provides. I think I have some slides. Can they put it up? So just shortly, who are we? Who is the Suriname Trade and Industry Association? We will celebrate our 70th anniversary next year. Extremely proud of that. Lots of achievements. We are widely recognized as the primary representative of the private sector, and our representation is based on the fundamental principle of freedom of association. Now, there are tens of thousands of registered companies in Suriname, but our members are from all major sectors and either leading in that sector or are really a representative of that specific sector that they are classified. There are some sectors that we do not represent. One of them is cattle breeding, for instance, or horticulture. But more or less, I think we have a broad sample of all the companies in Suriname. And it's because of this position that we have formal representations in numerous government organs and other institutions where the ILO counterpart in Suriname. Recognizing the need for further collaboration between other associations, we sign strategic agreements with different business organizations, and we play a leading role in bringing organizations together when we have common interests or issues. The FSB does more than member representation. That's why we partner with governments and with union organizations to promote decent work and improve life for the less fortunate in our society. For instance, our executive director, Mr. Stephen McAndrew, is leading the coalition of promoting work for people with disabilities. We believe that the private sector can only flourish in a well-developed society. Okay, we're talking about the private sector and unleashing the power of the private sector. Let's talk about that. If we talk about the private sector, basically, we think that you can divide the private sector of Suriname in three groups: micro and small, medium size, and the large enterprises. We do not have in Suriname yet a distinct criteria or definition of what we consider small, medium, or large. For argument's sake, let's accept that for micro and small, any company less than 50 to 75 people, medium size above that, and large companies above 1,000 people employed. Now, if you look at the characteristics of these three groups, large companies, most of them in the extraction industry or energy industry, internationally focused. To some extent, they operate outside Suriname's economy and financial environment, and they do not rely on local banks for their financing needs, with the exception of the large state-owned companies like ABS and Telesur. Medium-sized, some characteristics, strong organizational governance. They use general or international accepted accounting principle with proper reporting, bank locally and bank primarily traditionally, but increasingly seeking funding to international institutes such as the IsDB, which become very active the last couple of years. And then the big group, SMEs, where we've all been talking about. Family-owned, most of them, no succession or estate planning, weak organizational governance, weak financial reporting, limited collateral. But still, the largest group of companies and the group that is untapped. And it's been said by other speakers as well, SMEs should be the engine for growth, for diversification, for job creation, and I would say to every government, the best social commitment you can make to your people is the commitment that you will create decent jobs. And this group is underserved because of the factors I just mentioned, especially by traditional banks. So I make the case that any financial institution that can offer services that match the needs of SMEs, and especially micro and small, and at the same time address the weaknesses, can have a growth market in that area. So let's talk about those challenges. And what I will do, I will use the Suriname, the index, the ease of doing business index. I think that we are all familiar with the ease of doing business index. 190 participating countries, including Suriname. Suriname started participating over more than 10 years. I don't know exactly when. I think it was 12 to 15 years ago. And with the survey tries to rank the competitiveness of the country for doing business, and it is ranked in 12 areas. For this discussion, I thought that there were 3 areas that were particularly relevant. That is access to finance, as also mentioned, but also enforcing contracts and resolving insolvency. And I'll come to that in a moment. Now this is a table that explains per area what is exactly measured. If you're interested to see more, you just go on the website. So how are we ranking? Out of those 190 countries, we are ranked at number 162. And this time, the higher the number, the less competitive you are. Now I must say, we did move up 3 places compared to last year. So congratulations to the Minister of Trade. But please keep up the champagne, don't bring no champagne out yet, because we still have a long way to go. And how are we measuring on the 3 areas are getting credit, enforcing contracts, and resolving insolvency? Number 181 of 190, sorry, 188, 90, and resolving insolvency of 139. So what does this say? So there's an opportunity to expand financing services to, especially to a group of businesses, SMEs, that are underserved. On the other hand, supporting legal framework is unsupportive and infrastructure is underdeveloped. Courts are understaffed. Arbitrage as a means of settling disputes hardly is used, and there's no particular law that allows a company that has become insolvent that still has the potential to continue to be restructured and to have a fresh start. When I read about Islamic financing and Islamic banking, and I read that the most important feature of Islamic banking is that it promotes risk sharing between providers of funds, investors, on the one hand, and both the financial intermediary, the bank, and the user of funds, the entrepreneur, whereby all the risk is borne in principle, and so the risk is shared among those three groups. And that is fundamentally different than in traditional banking. There is all the risk is borne in principle by the entrepreneur. And this is specifically for those micro and small enterprises important because they do not have the capacity to run too big a risk. A banker once said to me, in Suriname we have great ideas with poor plans, and that all has to do with capacity of those enterprises. So in closing, as I said, and as been said by many others before, the SME has an important role in the development of Suriname. Multiple governments have stated that role. To my opinion, much of it has been lip servicing up till now. SMEs are underserved, but they require a specific approach. It is my belief that a financial institution that provides extended services to SMEs can be successful. In extended services, one could think of intensive guidance in writing the business plan in order to present a bankable document, supporting the entrepreneur with technical and financial assistance to build a more robust accounting system, etc., etc. Don't wait for that small or micro entrepreneur to come to you with a well-thought or well-developed plan. They're just lacking the resources to do that. Obviously, the government also needs to play a major role in capacity building and in legislative reforms. I've come to the end of my short introduction. Thank you. And I hope I've answered the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As you say, challenges are always, let's say, pushing to the change, creating opportunities. And I think that important things are always never urgent. That urgent things are never important, so things will take time. As a foreigner, I'm from Tunisia, and the first time I came to Suriname, we feel really comfortable. It's not just to say, it's really. And all our colleagues from IsDB, when they came the first time, we feel really very comfortable. I think Suriname has all the, let's say, fundamentals to, let's say, build a solid private sector and to host the foreign investors. We initiated the private sector from the perspective of the administration and from the associations of the private sector companies, and we want to move now from to the financial institutions point of view, in terms of what the financial institution could or can give to support the transformation and the development of the private sector in Suriname. And I will start with IsDB. I will give a favor to Mr. Tara to give him a very easy questions to make him comfortable today. So, Brother Tara, can you please introduce us IsDB and briefly describe us what are the transactions or the structures, financing structures that IsDB is offering to the member countries to support the private sector?
Yes, hello. Just to give you a background on IsDB in general. So IsDB is part of the IsDB group. So it's like IFC for the World Bank. It was established in '99. It has an authorized capital of $4 billion USD and a paid-up capital of $1.5 billion. We have 54 member countries. Suriname was the first South American country to be a member. We have basically 4 different groups that our product offering falls under. So giving you a better idea of where we could help members of the audience in. So after this, you can find out exactly which product offering we could assist you with. So the 4 major groups is the financial sector, the real sector, advisory services, and asset management. Under the financial sector, we basically offer 2 products, which is line of finance, which was discussed briefly, and institutional equities. So what happened with the line of finance, we used to, in the beginning, when ICD started out, we tried to finance SMEs directly. And you can just imagine what a nightmare that can be. You have 54 member countries. Each member country has a different definition of what an SME is. So it was very difficult for us to kind of do that. So we decided to follow a different strategy where we provide line of finance to different financial institutions, and they provide on lending to the SMEs. Obviously, the local partners know SMEs better than us, so that was a more kind of strategic way of doing it. Investing in financial institutions. So what we do is we invest in banks like Trustbank, for example, or in other leasing companies or mortgage companies. Obviously, all Sharia compliant. Under the real sector, we have 2 main categories. One is term finance. On the term finance side, we focus on the PPP projects, basically more on the energy and renewable energy side. So if there are any projects within Suriname that fall into that category, our term finance would handle that. And then we have the corporate equities. We're very selective. We try and kind of identify corporates that have a strong impact on the economy. So either employment-wise or GDP-wise and different economic indicators. On the advisory side, we have 3 major programs. One is the Islamic Financial Institutions, which was mentioned by the CEO. This program basically helps conventional banks set up an Islamic window to test the demand of Islamic financing in the country, or convert the conventional bank into Islamic banking, basically providing all the products, all the setups, all the documentation, the IT solutions behind that. We've been very, very successful on that part. Especially in West Africa, we have, I think, more than 40 banks that we've provided Islamic windows on. And then we have the Sukuk and Capital Markets Program, which I lead. Basically, we help our member countries and corporates in member countries access international financial markets on the Sukuk side. And we help develop local currency markets too. And then we have the IBIS program, which is the Industry and Business Environment Support Program. This could be very key to Suriname because this helps develop economic zones and improving the value chain within the country and improving exports and doing business within Suriname. So this might be a major collaboration point with the halal industry, for example. And then we have the asset management. We have, under the asset management, we have the SME funds. So we try and establish either regional SME funds or local SME funds to promote the SMEs. In this situation, we need very strong local partners that know the SMEs. So identifying the right partner to help set up the fund is key in this instance. And then the other one is setting up funds to do with equity or different sukuk products.
Thank you very much.
And I think we have a small video on SMEs to show you the impact of ICD on the SME side.
Thank you.
in supporting entrepreneurship and ICD is active in supporting entrepreneurship and ICD is active in supporting entrepreneurship and SMEs through many instruments such as extending line of financing to local banks, establishing SMEs funds, and full-fledged banks to finance SMEs in the member countries. In 2017, ICD extended hundreds of millions of US dollars through 25 line of finance facilities, of which 200 million US dollars to Turkey, 100 million US dollars to Kazakhstan, and 100 million US dollars to Afrexim Bank to provide Sharia-compliant financing to SMEs across the member countries, covering projects in the industrial, communication, technology, healthcare, construction, and agricultural sectors. ICD has also created ICD SME platform that invests in SME funds and helps develop and launch various SME funds in the member countries, such as the Thema Fund in Tunisia. ICD is also offering solutions beyond the financial support to promote innovation and entrepreneurship. Recently, ICD has initiated 1. The Global Network of Digital Screens, where entrepreneurs and startups are able to attract local and global investors, attract foreign partners and collaborate with foreign suppliers, sell products to international buyers, attract and connect with mentors, advisors and supporters, and much more. 2. The Growth Platform for Elite SMEs, in association with London Stock Exchange Group. The program runs for over 18 months and is designed for founders and managers. It utilises the elite community to access new businesses. Its modules include growth strategy, managing talent and strategic dependencies, financial resources and governance, performance and growth. Currently, the Elite Growth Program has almost 500 companies in 25 countries and continues to expand. 3. The Startup and SMEs crowdfunding platform, to be launched in the near future by ICD, and aims to raise money through online portals to finance or refinance startup and SMEs, including the fintech companies. The pool of funds is usually made up of individual contributions, which can be relatively small, as low as $30 US. 4. Idea Platform, a marketplace that connects entrepreneurs to investors, mentors and strategic partners from all member countries to help them prepare and structure their growth through sharing experiences, access to financing opportunities, and building capacities through online mentorship, training, workshops and seminars.
Thank you, Tal. So let's move from the SMEs world to the billions world, capital markets. So, and I will address a second question to Tal. Deep, efficient local markets, capital markets create access to long-term finance and are the foundation of a thriving private sector. What role ICD can have to develop the Islamic capital market in its member countries?
Okay, so as I mentioned, under the Sukuk Capital Market Program, this is exactly what we do. So in the past, we've basically assisted member countries in tapping the international financial markets. Basically, we did the first debut Sukuk for a bunch of West African countries, namely Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, and Mali. And it was the first time that they actually were able to tap the Islamic capital markets. On the local currency side, we help develop short-term sukuk for liquidity management purposes. So, for example, what happened in Jordan when we were talking to them about issuing an international sukuk and tapping international markets, they said to us, we have a bigger problem. We have 4 Islamic banks within the country, and around 4 billion USD is tied up because there are no instruments for investing. So we work closely with the central bank of the government of Jordan to help them issue short-term sukuk. And that obviously entailed helping them with the structure and all the documentation and the issuance process. Another way of deepening the markets that we recently realized is, for example, I was talking about our LOF, our lines of finance. We provide lines of finance in USD, right? So sometimes for some member countries, our limits are too high, and we're providing it in USD, so they don't want to take the FX risk. So recently what we decided to do is, why not ICD issue local currency sukuk? Working with the government in the member country, we issue a local currency sukuk, which, let's say, the central bank or the Ministry of Finance or different entities under one of the ministries would invest in that sukuk, so they get a return on that sukuk, and then we use the proceeds of the sukuk in local currency to provide lines of finance. So this is not only reaching the SMEs, this is deepening the capital markets of the country itself.
Thank you very much. Well, generally in the panel we don't interact a lot with the participants. I mean, we leave it for the questions and answer. But I like, let's say, interact. By the way, when I started working in Suriname, that's something very special. Working with Surinamese, they can be very professional, hard working, and at the same time enjoy. And I like that way, how smart they are. So that's why I would again ask a question. Who is in the room knows Trustbank Amanah? Please raise the hand. Thank you very much. So this very convincing to ask then Ms. Marie Bacholi. Please, if you can, introduce us Trustbank Amanah. Thank you.
Once again, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. How long do I have?
Well, it seems that there is a company which does have his 13th anniversary this year. Used to have another name, so now it's called Trustbank Amanah. So we'll be very interested to know the story of Trustbank Amanah.
It's always my pleasure to tell our story of conversion. Let me start with the why. Why did we took this bold step 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago, right? As I mentioned before, we saw Islamic finance as an opportunity to introduce in Suriname. There's a lot of benefits, such as, I made some mental notes, so if you don't mind. It means diversification of mode of finance. Means giving the community a choice in terms of conducting financial transactions. It also means enriching the banking landscape in Suriname. It also means building a bridge with the Muslim community in Suriname. Islamic finance enables us to tap into new markets that it mentioned, and to develop new funding sources. Our story. In December 2017, indeed, we wrote history by introducing or launching Trustbank Amanah as the first full-fledged Islamic bank in Suriname and in the Caribbean and Latin America. Before reaching this milestone, we had an extensive journey with the system of IsDB. And while we started in 2016, this journey was a very extensive one, a process of change in terms of strategy, governance, IT, and operations. So to illustrate some activities, we purchased, for example, a top-of-the-line banking system, an Islamic global banking system. We created an infrastructure dedicated to SMEs and corporates. We introduced a comprehensive program of capacity building in the bank, etc., etc. So after the launch, we continued with our transformation process, and within the past 12 months, what we did as Trustbank Amanah, we offered to our clients the current account with debit cards and checks. We are connected to the SNAPS, is the local clearing system. And last month we introduced our internet and mobile banking. And I'd like to mention that our current account that we are offering is free of charge. So that is, I think we are the only bank in Suriname that can offer that to our clients, free of charge current account. So I think that is, in a nutshell, who Trustbank Amanah is.
Thank you very much.
I can talk longer, but I think.
Thank you very much. I did have a question about Islamic finance and what is Islamic finance, but since our participants know what is Islamic finance, so I want to skip this question. Seriously, we're going to come back to this question in the panel in the afternoon. I have a last question to our panelists. According to the State of the Global Islamic Economy Report 2019-20, published by Dubai Islamic Economy Development Center, worldwide spending in Islam-inspired ethical conception sector is set to increase 45% by 2024 to reach 3.2 trillion USD. While Malaysia topped in the Islamic finance and Muslim-friendly travel categories, the Emirates, for example, led in the 5 other sectors, including halal food and modest fashion. The question is to our honorable guest, could Suriname be, in the near future, a hub of the halal industry, and specifically, including Islamic finance, in the Caribbean and Latin America? Let's start.
Let's start by, as I mentioned, we, as a Ministry of Islamic Government, we took a couple of initiatives already to support the Muslim-friendly tourism. And we also see, like, since Islamic finance is in Suriname one of the first in the region, I think for the near future it might be a great spin-off. And also not only as stated for SMEs and business owners, but also a bit of awareness for everyone that who isn't familiar with Islamic finance. So that's why one of the projects that I stated earlier, the poetry project. And not only poetry, but we want to move it on to halal. So I think yes, and we also discussed this in the government, like there can be a significant role for Suriname and also for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Tourism to make this forward a spin-off that everyone knows that Islamic finance is here.
Thank you very much. Tarek?
Yes, yeah, for sure I think Suriname is well placed to play a key role. It being the first member country of the ISDB group, it can definitely take advantage and utilize the ISDB group's resources to become a hub. I think later on in the afternoon they will be talking about reverse linkages. So they can really use the knowledge of all the other member countries by using reverse linkages to achieve those goals.
Thank you much. Ms. Maureen?
Yes, thank you. I think if a study mentioned, we are the first country in this region that is a member of the IsDB. We have established as Trustbank Amanah the first Islamic bank in Suriname and this whole region. And we are the first country in the Caribbean that has halal standards. So I'm definitely convinced that we can act as a hub for the halal industry. Of course, there is, we need a lot of work to do, thinking about legislation, institutions, awareness, training, etc. But nothing is impossible.
Just to add to that, events like this forum, I think, is very important to have. And yes, now it's a local forum, but being the first member country, now you can reach out to the other member country. We have one more member country in South America. And then to other countries in South America that have a big Muslim population.
Let's conclude. Mr. Brian.
Okay, although I'm the entrepreneur here on this setting, I'm a little bit cautious and sometimes a bit skeptic. Obviously, we would have a competitive edge. On the other hand, we've been talking for many, many years now to become the source for how do you call it in English, the catalyst for food for the Caribbean. And it's been lip servicing so far. And it will require investment. It will require a vision, investment, capacity building, non-political decisions, time, resilience. And if we can get all those things together, obviously it could be an opportunity with the proper finances. I forgot to mention finances. But it's not going to be an easy road. That's for sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If I could just add one more thing, sorry for jumping in.
Please.
And I think a way to put Suriname on the Islamic financial map would be for it to, let's say, look at issuing an international sukuk, where it looks for financing and taps into the Islamic capital market. This would be the first sukuk in South America, and it would really kind of put the country on the Islamic financial map.
Thank you very much. We have a time for 2 questions. Yes. Unfortunately, we just have the time to take 2 questions, if you don't mind.
Je kunt ook Nederlands spreken als u wilt, anders kunt u het in het Engels zeggen.
Good morning to the distinguished panel. I want to begin with Mr. Brian Benton. I am from Trinidad and Tobago. I wear 2 hats. Primary hat is that I'm a director of the Muslim Credit Union in Trinidad and Tobago, but also I'm the CEO of a Chamber of Commerce in Trinidad and Tobago. We have about 25 chambers of commerce in Trinidad. And I want to tell you that I believe that your presentation was done with purpose and was done also well structured to determine what could be the root causes that the private sector needs to improve. We have issues too regarding the ease of doing business, and our rankings are falling. And I look at the representative of the Ministry of Trade, and I want to encourage, and I'm speaking about the problems we have in Trinidad, for a closer dialogue to take place, creating policy that can facilitate further growth in the private sector to make that important stakeholder the engine of growth for the Surinamese economy. Because I do see a lot of potential here. Of course, that goes hand in hand with the whole issue of human development. Now, I want to talk a bit about finance, and then I want to just address Ms. Maureen Badri. What I would also like to say is that Islamic finance does offer a window of opportunity for the private sector. What is critical is the whole issue of public education, because it is not an easy mode of finance to understand, especially when you come up with the conventional banking system. We are loaded with banks in Trinidad, we have banks buying other banks in the Caribbean, and so the process goes and goes. But I would like to say that I think an institution like Trustbank Amanah will take a great place in the segment of Trinidad and Tobago. Sir Arthur Lewis, the Nobel Prize winner for economics, in Usha said, everything begins with the market, and the market is there. And it's also a tool for great development for your SME sector. We have problems to define what is a small, medium, large enterprise in Trinidad and Tobago. So I just wanted to mention that, Brian, and I honestly think, and I recommend closer dialogue to take place in forming the policy, creating opportunities for business to grow, and rather having the large businesses. It's a problem we have in Trinidad, where the large enterprises put up barriers to entry for people who want to start businesses within their sector. Mrs. Badri, first of all, I want to congratulate you on your discourse earlier. And we have women breaking the glass ceiling in Trinidad and Tobago. We have 2 women CEOs of First Citizens Bank and also at Scotiabank. So I want to congratulate you first of all. That's a sign of great progress. What I would like to say is that, what I would like to say is that I would like to have an understanding of how you can determine what type of mode of Islamic financing you will come up with regarding a particular private sector project. For example, construction versus agriculture versus manufacturing. This is basically what I would like to find.
Thank you. As an Islamic bank, we use several modes of finance. For example, the murabaha that we use for financing individuals but also SMEs in order for them to able to say purchase their machineries, etc. We also have the ijara, that is kind of a leasing product. And we are currently looking into the salam. It is very interesting. We are piloting with farmers. So how does it work? It's we have an agreement with the farmers. We provide them with capital up front so that they can purchase their, say, fertilizers, etc., to grow their crops. And after harvest, they deliver it to the bank. The bank acts in this stage as the buyer. And the bank, after that, the bank can do it by itself or appoint the farmer itself as agent to sell it to a, let's say, a rice miller or another company. So in this chain, you can see that we are supporting the farmers by providing them capital up front. After harvesting, we as a bank, we're going to buy this product, those products, and sell it to rice millers. So it's clear in this picture that benefit of the farmer is to get this capital that is needed to do the farming. And in the second leg, then we talk about the parallel salam. The buyer has also benefits because most of the times the price that is paying is lower than the market price. So benefits for the farmer, that is capital in advance, benefit of the buyer, which is the third party, because it's most of the time lower than the market price. And if these agreements, both agreements are, how do you say that, working effectively, then we as a bank are also, say, make profit. And if you look at the risk here, because this morning we mentioned it several times, also Mr. Brian Renton, like the risk sharing that we do as Islamic Bank. And in this picture, it is clear that we are, as a bank, we are sharing the risk with our clients. So that is, I think, one of the examples that we can use for agriculture goods. So I hope that this makes sense.
Thank you very much. I will apologize for the second question, really, but I promise you on behalf of my colleague Munir, who will be the moderator, to know you, to ask questions, not necessarily your question that you wanted to ask, but in the third, last part of the final second. Thank you very much. Really, we need to close this session. I would like to thank our honorable guest speakers. I would like to mainly thank Mr. Brian Renton, Chairman of the Trade and Industry Association, Ms. Maureen Bajouri, CEO of Trustbank Amanah, Mr. Tarak Malaika, representative of ICB CEO, and Mr. Donathi Malan, Deputy Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Tourism. And I would like to thank Mr. the Minister of Trade, Industry and Tourism, Mr. Stefan San, for his great support to this event and to this panel particularly, but unfortunately he did have other commitments, so he wasn't in the panel, but he did honor us to be present in the opening session. Thank you very much, and I will pass the talk to Sherry, please.
Thank you, Karim. Thank you, panelists. We would like to give the keynote speakers and also the moderator a gift for as appreciation for participating in the forum. Please stand before the stage so we can hand over the gifts to, yes. And also for the picture, for the photo. We willen graag aan de keynote sprekers gift overhandigen. Wij willen u uitnodigen om voor het podium te staan met in ontvangst nemen van de gifts. Als blijk van waardering voor uw participatie aan dit forum, First Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum. En graag willen wij dit ook vastleggen op de foto. Nogmaals dank aan meneer Malone, mevrouw Bajuri en meneer Renten. Also thank you to Mr. Caribbean as the panelist for the first panel. Ladies and gentlemen, as we can proceed with the program, there is now a scheduled the signing ceremony, signing of 2 MOUs. May I invite Mr. Tarek Malaika as the representative of the ICD and Ms. Maureen Bajuri to do the signing. Mag ik natuurlijk ook de media uitnodigen om dit moment vast te leggen. De ondertekening van 2 MOU's. The MOUs formalize and strengthen the cooperation between both financial institutions to pursue the common goals, serving the private sector, mainly the small and medium enterprises, and further the development of Islamic finance in Suriname. Gelijk achter de ondertekening van de 2 MOU's gaan wij het programma vervolgen met een persconferentie. Speciaal bedoeld voor de media. En ondertussen, terwijl we straks een persconferentie hebben, hebben wij dan ook een break voor de participanten. Zoals u kunt zien vindt de ondertekening plaats van 2 MOU's. Again, the MOU's formalize and strengthen the cooperation between both financial institutions to pursue the common goals, serving the private sector, mainly the SMEs, and further development of Islamic finance in Suriname. Ondertussen vindt de ondertekening plaats van 2 MOU. Hartelijk dank en de 2 MOU's zijn ondertussen ondertekend en Mr. Malaika en mevrouw Bajuri zullen elkaar de hand schudden. Dank u wel. Ik wil gelijk de pers uitnodigen naar de multipurpose room voor de persconferentie. Again, thank you. En ondertussen vindt de persconferentie plaats in de multipurpose room. En vindt er ook coffee break
et qu'on n'a pas pu sauver à temps.
Djibouti, in the Horn of Africa, home to nomadic tribes who roam the desert plains. An emerging nation with one of the fastest growing economies on the continent. But despite progress in Djibouti, the country faces challenges in public health.
Djibouti souffre de taux de mortalité maternelle et infantile élevés à ce jour. Il nous faut davantage prendre des dispositions pour améliorer la surveillance des grossesses à risque et de l'accouchement à risque.
Fortunately, the government is already making changes.
La santé de la mère et de l'enfant est une thématique qui préoccupe une partie de leur monde, le président de la République, son excellence M. Salim Dié.
As a member of the Islamic Development Bank, the IsDB, Djibouti is now accelerating its initiative through technology and expertise found among the bank's 56 member countries through a South-South cooperation known as reverse linkage.
Everyone good? Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to take a seat again, to take your seat again. In about 3 minutes, we will continue the forum with the next panel. Dames en heren, ik wil u graag wederom uitnodigen om plaats te nemen. Wij continueren het forum binnen enkele minuten. Dan vervolgen wij het volgende panel. The next panel is reverse linkage development through member countries cooperation. May I invite the panelists, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Ambassador Julan Pujianto, also alternate governor from the ISDB in Suriname, Mr. Anwar Lal Mohammed, and the moderator is Mr. Rick Sudama. While the panelists and moderator are getting themselves ready on stage, we will watch a short video about reverse linkage.
Yet many are left behind. The Islamic Development Bank and its member countries are working together to break the cycle of poverty through sustainable development. It's a story about cooperation. It's a story about people. It's a story about sharing expertise and experience to improve the lives of millions through reverse linkage.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Sudama from the Trustbank Amanah. Again, I would like to welcome everybody and thank you for your patience to be here with us this afternoon. We have a very interesting topic. As seen just in the short film, we're going to talk about the reverse linkage development through member countries to the South-South Corporation. Before we start, I would just mention shortly what reverse linkage is. There's a definition for that. I don't know it, but I'll read it out because it's a short area. Reverse linkage is a technical cooperation mechanism whereby member countries and Muslim communities and non-member countries exchange their knowledge, expertise, technology and resources to develop their capacities and devise solutions for their autonomous development. That's the definition. We have two experts here. I will introduce them shortly. The first one in our panel is the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia and Suriname, Mr. Julang Pudianto. Welcome, sir. And the second one, and I have to mention this, that the alternate governor of the Islamic Development Bank in Suriname, that is Mr. Anwar Al-Mohamed, has two caps on today. First as the alternate governor, of course, and second, he is representing the Ministry of Agriculture. Is that correct, sir? Okay. Good. In this case, we are going to have a short presentation from the Ambassador of Indonesia, Mr. Pudianto, first, and he will elaborate on the subject, reverse linkage, and of course, from his point of view and from the point of view of Indonesia. Sir, if I could ask you to go to the panel there, then maybe it's easier to do the presentation for you. Thank you. So I give the floor to Mr. Pudianto. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the time provided to me. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor for me to be here as panelist at this conference. For that matter, I would like to thanks to Trustbank Amanah, Ibu Mori, for inviting me to be one of the panelists in this afternoon's discussion. I'm trying to be brief because I was requested by moderator to be brief. Hopefully I can be brief. Yes, as has been mentioned in the program, that my presentation will be on the reverse linkage program on the Indonesia's perspective. In the last 5 years, the government of the Republic of Indonesia has conducted several reverse linkage projects in collaboration with the Islamic Development Bank and partner countries. Reverse linkage projects conducted by the government of Indonesia is basically part of the Indonesia's foreign policy in general. The Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia mandated the state to participate in the establishment of the world order based on freedom, peace, and social justice. Since the Indonesia independence, we are organizing several international conferences in implementing the principles. Among others, the most prominent one is the Asia-African Conference in 1955 in Bandung, and then the subsequent conference, which among others is the established the non-aligned movement, and the first non-aligned movement summit was held in 1961 in Belgrade. And in the series of 9 summits, we're formulating economic cooperation among developing countries within the framework of the technical cooperation among developing countries. In 1995, Indonesia proposed to establish a center to support the TCDC. In 1995, the NAM Summit in Cartagena established the NAM Center of Short Technical Cooperation to facilitate the implementation of the short technical cooperation. The short cooperation has been an integral part of the Indonesian foreign policy. The fact that the short cooperation projects are part of the Indonesia's foreign policy, the short cooperation scheme has been incorporated into National Medium-Term Development Plan 2020 and 2024, aimed at strengthening the short cooperation SSDC to improve trade and investment, establishing an institution to manage the mechanism and the funding of the institution. 3. Indonesia Exim Bank would be incorporated into the SSC or SSTC as one of the funding sources, and therefore the involvement of more non-governmental actors in short technical cooperation. To implement the short cooperation scheme, Indonesia has been developing partnership among others with Islamic Development Bank and JICA. In April 2013, the government of the Republic of Indonesia and Islamic Development Bank signed Memorandum of Understanding concerning short and triangular cooperation and reverse linkage. Under the MOU, both parties have agreed to implement the reverse linkage program as the main instrument to promote short-short technical cooperation, in which Islamic Development Bank would act as a facilitator in knowledge-sharing activities between Indonesia and Islamic Development Bank's member countries. The promotion of reverse linkage by Indonesia, among others, Indonesia is active to promote reverse linkage. In this regard, Indonesia has conducted the mapping of Indonesia's resource center. There are 22 resource centers in Indonesia with different areas of expertise, among others agriculture, marine and fisheries, health and population, pharmaceuticals, technical vocational education and training, planning and budgeting, microfinance, transportation, appropriate technology, industry, trade and disaster risk reduction and mitigation. Indonesia's reverse linkage projects so far, after signing the Memorandum of Understanding between Indonesia and Islamic Development Bank, Indonesia has conducted the following reverse linkage projects. The first one is the reverse linkage project on the strengthening of the artificial insemination of livestock between Indonesia and Kyrgyzstan in the year 2015. And the second, the reverse linkage project between Indonesia and Suriname on artificial insemination of livestock. The project has been initiated since 2016 when the government of Suriname officially requests to establish the project. The goal of the projects, among others, is 1. To strengthen the existing service center for artificial insemination as the livestock breeding station. 2. To build the institutional capacity of relevant agencies to develop the artificial insemination system. 3. To foster and strengthen the artificial insemination supply chain. Now the reverse linkage between project between Indonesia and Suriname on artificial insemination of livestock. The chronology or the historical is like this. First, initiated in 2016 based on the official request from the government of Suriname. And then from that starting point, we do a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion and mission. And among others is the diagnostic mission to Suriname. So Indonesian government sent the diagnostic mission to Suriname on 22 April to 1 May 2017, approximately almost 2 weeks. And then there was a validation mission to Suriname on 10 to 21 August 2018. And then both sides issuing letter of commitment from Indonesia and Suriname in September and October 2018. From that point, then exchange and consideration of the draft of the technical assistance agreement in artificial insemination between May and October 2019. Now the draft of agreement has already been finalized and hopefully it will be signed in due course. Important point of the agreement, among others, is that the project is triangular in nature, involving the government of Indonesia, the government of Suriname, and the Islamic Development Bank. 2. The resource centers from Indonesia supporting the project are Balai Besar Inseminasi Buatan Singosari, Malang, and the University of Brawijaya. Duration of the project is 3 years, and the overall value of the project is $1,060,000 and shared by the parties concerned, which is government of Indonesia, government of Suriname, and the Islamic Development Bank. This project was also discussed in the meeting between Her Excellency Mrs. Retno LP Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, and Minister Idris Polak Pahle during the official visit of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia to Paramaribo on 20 May 2019 this year. The project was also discussed and recorded in the agreed minutes of the 5th Joint Commission meeting between the government of Indonesia and the government of Suriname in 2018. I would like to share, ladies and gentlemen, that recently Indonesia's role, strengthening the Indonesia roles in contributing to the international development cooperation. As I mentioned before, that the reverse linkage project, our short cooperation, is part of the Indonesia's foreign policy. In this regard, just recently in October 2019. In strengthening the Indonesia's role in contributing to international development cooperation, including the implementation of the policy of the short-short cooperation, Indonesia launched the Indonesian Agency for International Development, IndoAid. IndoAid has secured the funds amount of $212 million from its national budget. IndoAid is currently focusing on providing aid for overcoming natural disaster and humanitarian crisis assistance in Pacific region. But IndoAid assistance shortly will be expanded to other sectors. With this Indonesia aid, the Indonesian government will be easily making decision in providing the short-short cooperation as well as the international assistance. Before, the fund was scattered among the technical ministries and very difficult to take a decision. But now with this establishment of IndoAid, inshallah, is in the making a decision to provide the assistance or short-short cooperation. In conclusion, reverse linkage project is part of Indonesia's foreign policy, and Indonesia recognizes the importance of the reverse linkage project to achieve its national agenda on developing short-short technical cooperation, while to strengthen development cooperation among fellow developing countries. I thank you for your attention, and we could discuss later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Mr. Pugiato. Then I would ask the alternate governor of the Islamic Development Bank for Suriname, Mr. Amal Mohammed, to do his presentation, please. And after that, we will take the Q&A, and these experts can tell us all about reverse linkage. Thank you.
Goedemiddag iedereen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have been asked to focus my story on the reverse linkage system that is initiated, that is developed by the Islamic Development Bank. It is a unique concept for the development of countries in the South-South region. What is reverse linkage? When and why was it developed? What are the targets? Who are involved? Where have successful examples been executed? And what's in it for us in Suriname and the region? Reverse linkage has a few keywords. We start with that. First of all, strategic keyword, inclusivity, win-win, ownership and commitment, and peer-to-peer direct consultation. I will try to elaborate on each of these ingredients. The strategy, that means that all activities, all efforts must be in line with the national development priorities. It is inclusively all member countries, regardless of development level, can consider a reverse linkage project. So there is no difference between important countries or big countries and small countries. You have equality. That is the strategic word. There is a win-win strategy. That means that all parties engaged in the reverse linkage operation with benefit of the experience, the cooperation, the expertise, and at the end, a trade development must come out. ownership and commitment. That means that all parties have to contribute. Even if you are a small country and you don't have the cash money to contribute in the project, you can contribute in kinds. But the spirit is that everyone who is engaged in the reverse linkage project must contribute. And it's a peer-to-peer spirit. That means that there is direct consultation. Reverse linkage is a tripartite approach. That means you have a donor country, and you have a recipient country. In between, you have the Islamic Development Bank and the Islamic Bank. They are the facilitator in this cooperation. Reverse linkage is further demand-driven. That means that one of the countries, in this case the recipient country, have to request for this cooperation. It is project-based. That means that there must be a project proposal, a feasibility study, and based on that, a reverse linkage funding and cooperation can be considered. It is result-oriented. You have to deliver after a certain time. So this is not just that you have some money and you have a good project proposal and then you can start to work and you will end up sometime with the project. No, there is a time limit and there are targets that you have to meet in between. So it is a very serious matter when once you try to consider a reverse linkage project in your country. It is a South-South relation. That means South-South cooperation is a horizontal. You don't have the recipient and the donor relation, no slave and master relation. Everybody is equal. There's equality. And mutual beneficial arrangement, that means that all parties will benefit of the cooperation. The history. Reverse linkage started in 1983 with a technical cooperation program of the Islamic Development Bank. The focus was on to support South-South cooperation among member countries via seminars on the job training courses, the recruitment of experts. You will notice that here focus was on human resource development. And you will see that in the year later, in 2012, when we have a further development of reverse linkage, it will scale up, the reverse linkage will scale up. Result-oriented capacity development initiative will be considered. We promote South-South connectivity and cooperation among Islamic development member countries. We have to help to realize sustainable development goals, and Islamic Development Bank is the facilitator and coordinator, and at the same time, the Islamic Bank is monitoring the process. So this is more serious case than in the previous years. When we started, they made available the expertise, and then you can start to train your people, but there was no commitment to deliver. Now, since 2012, in fact, reverse linkage was established. May I ask for a film on reverse linkage on the rights? Short film.
Suriname. The Amazon rainforest dominates this South American nation, but most people live in coastal areas where agricultural land is devoted mainly to rice. Vikash is a typical rice farmer from Niger. He spends 12 hours a day in the fields, but high production costs, disease, and poor harvests have made it difficult to make ends meet.
Then kaba side next over morning over me. Afternoon if I come me amusle we can sorgo if we take a stukamolo fara say can do in a mascape.
Vikash's dream is now within reach. He is one of 1,500 farmers in the country to take part in an innovative project that is also leading to new economic opportunities for Suriname. As a member of the Islamic Development Bank, the IDB, Suriname found it was able to tap into the expertise it needed from among the bank's other 56 member countries through a South-South cooperation initiative known as reverse linkage. The IDB, through reverse linkage, partnered Suriname with Malaysia and its Agricultural Research and Development Institute, MARDI.
And MARDI is a successful partner to the IDB and to our member countries. This particular cooperation helps Suriname to overcome the challenges that hinder the economic and social progress.
Over a 3-year period, MARDI is sharing its 30 years of experience and expertise with scientists from Suriname's Rice Research Center, ADRON. The goal is to produce high-quality, disease-resistant rice varieties and to increase the rice yield in Suriname to 7 tons per hectare. To help achieve this, researchers from Suriname gain access to MARDI's highly productive patented varieties of rice.
The technical support is very important, especially for our breeding program, our research programs in the area of land preparation, disease and pest management.
They also study the latest rice production methods, including leveling paddy fields and modern irrigation techniques.
I think the reverse linkage is actually a good platform for sharing all over the world actually.
Back in Suriname, ADRON and MARDI researchers get to work on 500 hectares of paddy fields, where the 8 Malaysian varieties are being tested. Farmers like Vikash are also learning about the importance of soil sampling. Experts are mapping the whole rice growing region in order to advise farmers about their specific fields. Reverse linkage uses a collaborative approach with farmer co-ops, agriculture experts, and government taking part. Suriname's Agriculture Ministry is working with MARDI to develop a sustainable rice policy that will help farmers become more self-reliant long after the project ends. The IDB's reverse linkage brings even more to the table by creating new economic opportunities. In just a year since the project started, Malaysia is already looking into developing joint ventures, including investments in pineapple and coconut plantations.
The reverse linkage is like a chain reaction that starts very simple, engaging in improving quality, but has a much deeper impact.
Like a grain of rice which grows and multiplies, so does the IDB's reverse linkage approach, helping to grow economies, creating new bonds between people from diverse parts of the world, and providing new opportunities for farmers like Vikash.
The aim of this project is to enhance the capacity of Suriname in rice production in order to maintain self-sufficiency and increase the export of high-quality rice. The objective is to produce high-quality rice varieties and increase the rice yield per hectare from 5 to 7 tons. The increase in the rice subsector will contribute to the overall gross domestic product of the country. Achieving one of the Islamic Development Bank's goals of poverty reduction. You can proceed, yes. The next project that is ongoing at the moment within the framework of reverse linkage is artificial insemination. And this project we are doing in collaboration with Indonesia. The ambassador of Indonesia has elaborated intensively on this issue and this project already. The provider is Singosari, National Artificial Insemination Center. This is the leading center in Indonesia for livestock breeding. The following experience and knowledge will be shared with Singosari. The technology to breed cows, sheep and goats, the establishment of one central laboratory in Paramaribo and 2 substations in the western and the eastern part of Suriname, and the development of an operational protocol. This is an image of Singosari facility, and the next one is a milk processing plant. The next project, and this is the 3rd project that we have in the pipeline at the moment, within the framework of the reverse linkage operation, that is the air traffic control project, where our air traffic control brokers will be trained in Suriname, and the advanced training will take place in Istanbul and in Ankara. A special training device has been purchased already to train our nationals locally, and the training facilities in Turkey are available and accessible for our APC workers. Here you have a training session here of the experts that have visited Suriname a few months ago, and we have paid also a visit to Zandere to the replacement of navigation equipment. Halal, the next, last project I think, it is halal for food and other items. When you go to the restaurant, you see halal food. And you don't know, most of the people don't know what is halal food. You don't know if it is really halal food. And when is it halal food? And how can you control if it is halal food? So, in order to enable our people, our nation, and also in Guyana, because this project is in collaboration with Guyana and Suriname, together with Malaysia, we have set a few objectives. The halal certification, with focus on hygiene, will be presented to the Suriname counterpart Suriname Standard Bureau, the SSB. The SSB will become the owner of the halal logo, while the logistics will be done by the NGOs. Workshop for the Surinamese partners has been organized recently in Kuala Lumpur. Certification of the halal logo on the national level in Suriname has been accomplished already. The World Halal Forum and YAKIM will train Surinamese partners to upgrade the national halal logo on the international level. And this will enable products with the Suriname halal logo to access 78 Muslim markets in the world. Here you have an image of the 3 members who have visited Kuala Lumpur recently, a few weeks ago, and on the first row you can see in the middle that is the chair of the CEO of the Suriname Standard Bureau. The 2 ladies, these are ladies of the host organization, and behind the lady you see Brother Stanley Sorpamiro and Mr. Hassan. So they have shared with YAKIM and with World Halal Forum the knowledge, the technology, and also all the criteria that we have to meet before we can upgrade our national logo to an international logo. Who will benefit of the reverse linkage project? First of all, the people in operational level, the institutions. For instance, if SSB will manage this project, that means that they will benefit of the knowledge and the criteria and the technology and everything, but especially the institutions want to enable that they benefit of all these halal reverse linkage project. The countries and the benefit for the private sector will depend on the involvement and commitment of the recipient country. Reverse linkage is an improvement of international technical cooperation program and an advancement of the technical cooperation program of the Islamic Development Bank. Currently, there are 4 projects in Suriname in various phases of execution. The first one is the rice, together with Malaysia, Mardi. The second one is livestock, Indonesia with Singosari. The air traffic control with Turkey, and the halal ecosystem, Malaysia, together with YAKIM and World Halal Forum. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Anwar Al-Mohammed. We don't have that much time, so we'll have like 1 or 2 questions if it's possible, and then we have to continue to the other panel. So if I would like to ask the participants if they have any questions, because these gentlemen are the experts and have elaborated on this subject. One question there, the gentleman over there.
Back away from a mic, or can I just speak loudly?
Can you please state out your name or company and then ask the question?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vijay Gorga, representative of a consortium of companies working here now, starting up new industries also in Suriname. So we're in a couple of different sectors, renewable energies, agriculture as well, very much trying to diversify the portfolio of what Suriname has to offer. Just because financing is something that we're constantly having to deal with in Suriname, a question that kind of gives rise out of the relationship to other countries that are working with Islamic funds and Islamic finance. If there is a relationship, for example, that my organization can bring to bear in Suriname from other parts of the world where we've done business with these organizations already, and let's say they are of Islamic descent, is that something where we can now look to the Amanah Bank to work with us as, how do you say that? I guess the intermediaries of doing the business the correct way according to Islamic culture and things like that. This is something that we have in other countries where the Islamic footprint in the country actually helps us to work together with the rest of the bringing to bear our global Islamic friends and you guys helping us to bring them down into Suriname. So just that.
Mr. Mohammed, maybe you can elaborate on that with the experience from Suriname, with the private sector and, of course, the country that is in the program. If you could elaborate on that.
Yes, of course. The private sector can also participate in the reverse lending project. There is no objection at all for that. And even Muslim communities in non-member countries, they can also make a project proposal within the framework of reverse lending, and that will be positively considered.
So, if I'm correct, non-members of the ISDB can also take part in this program.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully, the answer is clear. Ambassador from Indonesia, Mr. Kudian, did you have something to add to that question from the experience from Indonesia?
Yes, I think whether the private sector could benefit from this program, I'm of the view that the private sector could benefit from the program. So from the government perspective, that this reverse linkage, especially from G to G, as in the case in the reverse linkage project in insemination, artificial insemination on livestock in Indonesia and Suriname. It is being the government of Suriname officially request to have this project, and then the government of Indonesia responding, and then whether in the process the private sector can be involved, it is absolutely up to the government of Suriname. But I believe if the private sector can be involved in this project, I think the benefit will be directly to the people of the private sector that do the economic, the real economy. I think that's what my opinion is.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. We're looking at the time, so sorry. We have to go to the next panel. Again, we would like to thank you. It was very clear. Hopefully, the audience has information on that. And I think the gentleman will still be here. If there are any other questions, then we can do that after the other panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sudama and Mr. Ambassador Puccianto and Mr. Alternate Gov, Mr. Mohammed. We also want to give the panelists and the moderator a gift. And would you please stand for the stage so my colleague can hand over the gift. Meneer Mohammed, mag ik u uitnodigen om een gift in ontvangst te nemen. En voor het fotomoment mag ik mevrouw Badjuri vragen om ook bij te staan voor een moment van foto. Again, thank you. Without further ado, please let's continue with the next and also the last panel for the first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum. Topic is Innovative Financial Solutions, Global Platform and Green Sukuk. May I invite the panelists, Mr. Tarek Malaika, the program lead Sukuk and Capital Market of ICD, Mr. Dave Abeliven, the director at the Ministry of Natural Resources, and Mr. Karim Shushan, the senior executive advisor of Trustbank Amanah, and the moderator for this panel is Mr. Munir Junidi from ICD.
Unfortunately, I was a timekeeper as well, so that left me with like a couple of 25-30 minutes to end the panel. So I'm going to ask the speakers to be very concise in their answers. So my first question is, so the event or the panel is talking about innovative financial solutions, and we mentioned Sukuk. So I'm not sure that everyone is aware of what the Sukuk are. So my first question will go to Tariq. Could you please tell us what is this?
Okay, so generally, it's working. Generally, a Sukuk is looked at as the equivalent as a conventional bond. However, it's asset-based and not interest-based. What does that mean? That means basically that the Sukuk represents certificates of equal value representing undivided shares in the ownership of a tangible asset or the use of right of that asset or services of that asset. The asset can be in a specific project or in a specific investment activity. The certificate basically gives the investor or the Sukuk holder entitlement to the return generated from that asset. Because it is asset-based, usually when you're structuring a Sukuk, the asset is segregated into an SPV for the structure of the Sukuk. Basically, when it comes to pricing the Sukuk, it's similar to a conventional bond. It can be floating or fixed, and usually it's linked to an index. For example, LIBOR, mid-swap, or US Treasury bills. The main reason why an issuer would choose a Sukuk, as I mentioned earlier today, is to kind of attract the Islamic capital markets in the GCC and also in the Southeast Asia. Taking into account that also conventional banks or conventional bond investors do look at Sukuk. There's a lot of examples of that. Last KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Sukuk, you had a lot of the Western banks participating in the Sukuk.
Okay, thank you. I hope everyone understood what is Sukuk now. So my next question is, we're seeing Sukuk, but also we're seeing people talking about green Sukuk. So when we add the word green to the Sukuk, what makes them, so particular?
Okay, so what makes a Sukuk a green Sukuk? When it comes to structuring the Sukuk, it's basically you use the same structures as a regular Sukuk. It's more when it comes to the use of proceeds of the Sukuk. It has to be in projects with an environmental friendly benefit. I think it's also important to kind of distinguish between green financing, social financing, and sustainable financing. All of which you can have Sukuk of those kinds. So as I mentioned, the green is looking at project that benefits the environment. So usually it's stuff like renewable energy, energy efficiency, sustainable water, and sewage and waste management. Social financing is projects that benefit social things like affordable housing and food security, for example. And sustainable financing is one that targets both types of projects. Okay. Currently, there is no standard what is considered green and what is not. So it's a self-regulated industry as of today. However, there is the International Capital Markets Association who have put together the green bond principles and the social bond principles. These are recommendations to follow in order for you to classify something as a green bond or a green or a social bond. And Sukuk are basically following suit and using those same principles to classify your Sukuk as green. Should I go more into the green bond principles or?
depends to go more, or is it clear enough?
So basically, the main features are the use of proceeds and how to monitor and report the use of proceeds to make sure that once you issue a sukuk, that those proceeds are going for environmentally friendly projects.
Okay, understood. So basically, it's the same thing, but yeah, it's for certain projects.
There's more kind of scrutiny on where the proceeds are going, and according to the green bond principles, you need to hire external or third parties to kind of give you an audit on it and review it, and specialists in the field to give you kind of that certificate.
Understood. Okay, so speaking of renewable energy, I know that in Suriname there's a law since 2016. So my next question goes to Dave. What changed or is changing in Suriname since the law?
Yes, thank you. Indeed, to be exact, in March 2016, actually two laws were adopted, were approved by the Parliament. One law was what we call the electricity law, and the other law was on the establishment of the Energy Authority of Suriname. So when we look at those two pieces of legislation, we see a number of, also what we've seen in the past 3 years, a number of things that restructuring developments that need to take place within our energy sector. First of all, the law states that there should be an energy sector plan. That is a 5-year plan as part of a 20-year vision or 20-year long-term plan, in which specifically the direction where we want to go as a country when it comes to energy generation, energy efficiency, etc., is established, and also gives you a good idea, good road ahead in the coming 20 years. So that is one. Another thing is, of course, the establishment of the Energy Authority, which means that you need a kind of institute, that is an institute that will monitor, which will also research, but also will advise the whole energy sector, and also make sure that all players, all companies, private, state-owned, that are active within the energy sector are playing by the rule, abiding the law. For that purpose, we already have established, also instated the supervisory board, and at this moment, we're together with the Ministry of Natural Resources and the supervisory board, we're looking in hiring a managing director and personnel in order to start up this Energy Authority of Suriname. On the first point, energy sector plan, there are already some studies that have been done in the past 3 years. What we call the results of that are what we call the building blocks for the energy sector plan that have been developed, looking at a situational analysis, but also looking at the options for the coming 20 years already have been looked at. So what needs to take place right now is with the government of Suriname to look which of the options will be chosen to go ahead. Two other important things also have taken place, or certainly in a short time will take place. One is, of course, the restructuring of our state-owned company, which the law specifically states that we need to have a kind of a holding structure, separate companies that are focused, one for the generation, production of energy, one for the transmission and distribution, and also other more autonomous institutes for installation and certification. Last thing that is, I think, in this forum, quite a good development to mention is the fact that the law also permits private companies, companies who want to become an independent power producer, a IPP, the law permits that, meaning that companies that want to be active, that want to generate electricity, and the law specifically states that in that case it should be based on renewable energy. companies that want to take part in a public tender that is, for example, for the purpose of the expansion of the national grid, for the expansion of generation capacities in Suriname, that private companies may take part in that, and in order to become an independent power producer. All of this under the supervision of the Energy Authority of Suriname, and it also gives the opportunity that they can, that their power purchasing agreement can be reached between this IPP and the state-owned company that is will be set up, is being set up for the transmission and and distribution. That there can be a power purchasing agreement between those in order to sell the electricity to the national grid. So that is, I think, 4 important developments that are now taking place, and specifically coming year, we're looking at making sure that the Energy Authority is there, functioning, so that also the other pieces in the puzzle can have their place.
Okay, so basically a lot of regulation and a lot of work from the government to help Suriname be greener, if I understood well. So, of course, when we're talking about projects in green, we're talking about financing as well. So, and Sukuk is one part of the, let's say, innovative solutions in the market. So how practically could, for example, the Sukuk be part of the financing solution for the government?
I think certainly to be direct, I think the green Sukuk could certainly be very effective and could certainly have a place in all of this, what's happening, these new developments. Because during the past years, I have talked to a number of companies, but also investors, people coming from outside of Suriname, but sometimes you have also investors coming from outside Suriname that want to do something in Suriname together with a private company here in Suriname, kind of collaboration. And certainly for us, we do want to have we certainly want to have that these companies have the opportunity, national companies, private companies, if it's together with another partners, nationally, internationally, to have the opportunity to be able to take part in the whole renewal, the whole development of our energy policy and our whole energy supply and generation. And we're looking more and more, because the law also states that specifically, if you want to expand the generation of the electricity in Suriname, that we will need to look at renewable energy. So, green Sukuk and related to that means that companies who want to set up or become an independent power producer, that who want to invest in that and want to set up and who want to take part in public tenders, certainly they need some modalities, they need some options in order to finance that. As I said, I've talked to a number of them who are looking at opportunities and possibilities for financing in order to set that up and to take part in that in these new developments. So yes, practically that will be certainly be very helpful for the private sector.
Okay, and I think that's good for ICD to say.
Yeah, I mean, and to tie this into the past time, Indonesia and Malaysia have both issued the green Sukuk. So using reverse linkages, you can kind of transfer that know-how to Suriname. And ICD itself, helps member countries with issuing Sukuk, not only the sovereigns, but also the private sector. So usually how we step in is we are the global coordinator and advisor on the Sukuk, and we basically look at the assets that are available and see what the best structure is to issue a Sukuk. And then if we're involved early on in the process, we can help identify the use of proceeds which would be considered green, and then help with the appointing the external reviewers to make sure that we're in line with the principles of the green bond principles that I mentioned earlier. So we can manage the whole process and help the private sector and the public sector issue such kind of Sukuk.
Okay, so you're saying it's almost perfect match.
Plus, we have experience in renewable energy, anyways, expertise within ICT other than the school team. So there is a team that can help.
That's very good indeed. Okay, so my next question goes to Karen Trushan. We're speaking of green projects, and you're working with Trustbank Amanah, which is a local bank, Sharia compliant bank. How would a local bank will they be helping, in terms of those green projects?
Thanks, Nick. Well, before starting answering this question, I would like just to give feedback about the sukuk and the link between the sukuk and the private sector. Sukuk, I think, are more practical to implement for the private sector than for the public sector. In Tunisia again, sorry, I'm not marking Tunisia as a school to do. We did have an experience that we tried to issue the first public sukuk. And we encountered a big problem. It's the nature of the sukuk. That's why the understanding of Islamic finance is very important. I think that we did not detail in the morning. So I'll just give me, if you don't mind, just 1 minute to explain what's Islamic finance.
Yeah, sure.
That's fine. And I will come back why it's very important to understand what Islamic finance, because indeed we are talking about structural products, and means that we need to have a mechanism to hedge a lot of considerations. That's it. So Islamic banking, just first I will start with the definition of Islamic banking. There is no Islamic finance. There is a finance where the Islamic rules have been applied to filter what is acceptable from the perspective of the Sharia and what's not acceptable. Means that all these techniques, even what we use in Islamic banks like Murabaha, Ijara, Salam, Istisna, used to exist before the Islam. So what the Islam came to do is just to give some rules to say this operation, transaction is it acceptable from the point of view of Islamic finance, Islamic principles. This transaction may not be, or is not, or there is no name, it's not. So, but by the way, participant, I'm trying to make it, I'm not funny necessarily, but I'm not seeing the reaction yet.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, because I mean, this is the last panel, no? So that's, I mean, this Chinese way is very fun, so that's...
yeah, basically,
that's
enjoyable.
The good thing is that we want to play football. So let's come back to the football. We want to play football for 5 minutes. Yeah?
So just you take 1 minute and then we'll take 5 minutes, right?
Yeah. I'll brief. So indeed, Islamic finance is a filter. What's the filter saying? No use of the interest. The interest is simply something not coherent. I will tell you something like, well, I will give you this mobile and in 5 months give me back 2 mobiles. What's the interest of this operation? I'm not an economist, but I'm saying that such a transaction is not efficient. Economically not efficient. So the idea is, if we exchange if we have a transaction, the nature of thing that we need to exchange should be not the same nature. This is the point. So money is not a value. This is what Islamic finance is. It's not a value, it does not retain or contain a value itself. The money is just a mean of exchange. This is the principle. And this will lead us to the fact that in Islamic finance, it's not true that the bank does not apply profits, because we apply profit. So let's give you an example. I think the best thing to understand is by example. Murabaha. This is 70% of Islamic banks transactions worldwide. Murabaha is buy and sell operation. So the idea is, instead of giving you money to buy something, it's what we call packet financing. Even in conventional does exist, especially for real estate. The bank will not release the money until they know that there is a real estate operation, for example, to be sure that the client will not use the money for doing something else. So what Islamic finance is saying is that I will buy the home, the house, and sell it back to the client. So the house price is 100. I will buy it from the provider. The first seller 100, sell it back to the client with 120. So this 20 is the margin of the bank. So someone would say, it's not coherent. I mean, it's a one-shot, 5-second operation, and we're making 20% on the whole financing. It's maybe based on 100K, it's maybe 50 in 20 years, 50K margin in the financing of the home financing. But the idea is that in Islamic finance, it's acceptable that a transaction of sale has 2 prices, a spot one and a deferred one. So if the house you pay it cash is 100, if you want to pay it, spread on 10 years, it's 120. So this, from the Sharia perspective, is accepted. So that's not true that there is no value of money in Islamic finance. There is value of money in Islamic finance. Because if I will have my cash, can I trade? If I'm a trader, I sell you an asset. If you don't give me cash, it means I'm losing an opportunity to buy again another good. I have an immediate margin maybe tomorrow to do something, the same operation. Now, I'm not receiving the cash, so I'm losing this opportunity. I price this opportunity. The most important thing in the operation is that there is a real sale. So Islamic finance is about sale. And then I will come to the leasing. Leasing is like just like leasing. Back to the renewable energy. So in Sukuk, the renewable energy in Sukuk, often we use the leasing. Well, the issue with the leasing in the public sector, especially in the example of Tunisia, we try to securitize our football stadium. The issue is that it is a leasing. It means that what we do, we take this to the stadium, we put in an SPV, we securitize the SPV, and the Sukuk holders are owner of the stadiums. So people in the parliament say, what are you doing? We will not sell our stadium, this is our national asset. So that's why Sukuk, of course there are mechanisms where we can split what we call the user practice with the real ownership and solution for this. I'm not saying that we cannot issue public Sukuk in Suriname, we can do it. So for the private sector it's easier because you open the investment in the energy for the private sector. I close the subject and get back to the banks or to this. So for the banks, what we can do to finance indeed, especially such kind of sector, we have the tool called the restricted investment accounts. So the restricted investment accounts are a mechanism which will enable us to finance off balance sheet while we manage it. Means that it will be a segregated pool where investor, the retail investor, could put their money in this investment account, and the bank will use this investment account only to finance projects in the renewable energy sector. So this is instead of, this is for the let's say investment, direct investment. You can also use murabaha, ijara, istisna for the balance sheet. This we can do.
Okay, so you're saying there are a couple of solutions already in place for to finance the project.
Indeed, we can be part of the global scheme.
Okay, that's very good. Okay, so I'm not a very technical person. I'm a marketing guy, so I'm very far from the IsDB and all the things that you say. But I think people did get the point. The panel itself is also talking about innovation between a couple of things. Can you just give us, a brief definition of fintech?
Good question. How much
time? With the time you took, 30 seconds.
Joking or what? Well, I have been matches.
I can go up to 1 minute.
Yeah, I've seen matches stopping after 15 minutes, but never 5 minutes.
Okay.
So what is fintech? And what's the link? This is the most important. But the idea, what is fintech? Fintech is about first thinking design. This is the beginning. Sorry. We can back. So again back. Not this one. So I finish it. Okay, so what's fintech? Fintech is innovation use of technology. And we are talking about disruption, really. This is the real definition of fintech. Because using technology in banks is not something new. The banks have been using technology for a long time. It's not, but when it comes to fintech, it is really disruptive. And one example of the disruptive concept is typically what happened between NASA and SpaceX. And SpaceX came to compete with NASA, and then they worked together now. And what was the idea? The idea is to disrupt how we can launch rockets. So why SpaceX succeed? Because they started from scratch and they identified the issue. That like banks with their legacy systems, innovation, even if they can do it, it's very hard to implement it as quickly as a fintech. So that's why, especially after the crisis, 2008 and 9 crisis, while conventional banks were having other priorities for the crisis, here there is just that only Islamic banks resisted, but this is out of the subject yet. So the idea is that during this period, the banks were more focusing on the new regulation coming in to clean their balance sheet, etc. And other companies, they identified an opportunity. So what was the opportunity? So, during this period from 2000 to 2016, the world was digitalized. And aside of the pure digitalization, like internet banking, mobile banking, it's digitalization. It's not necessarily fintech, but it's still the financial technology. Now, what happened aside of the digitalization, there are some actors who identify that client's expectation. It comes from here, client's expectation. It's like Islamic finance. We at Trustbank Amanah, we are serving the client expectation. Instead of we have the faith, we don't have the faith, we are from business to business. For us, is to serve clients who are out of the banking system and need to create their startups to feed their family, etc. So the idea that these companies, they identify that there is an opportunity, clients are expecting no frictions, immediacy, the client would like to have a service now, to have a friendly, simple experience, and transparency of the cost. Banks, even in the fee of the service, they are charging a lot, and easier time to market. So this came now to have, in addition to this expectation, enabling environment. That's also why fintech were successful. They were supported by disruptive technologies. So disruptive technologies are coming to back the fintech, it's not the country. It means that technology like artificial intelligence, which are applied for the robot advisor, for example, the chatbot, the face and voice recognition for the online onboarding. I think you all know that one. Yeah, big data, which is a kind of data is an asset. So some companies realize this and they build the big data. This enables them to identify fraud prevention, to have 360 view on the customer, and then send more the customer. Another really disruptive technology, maybe this is the most disruptive one, is blockchain. So what is giving? It's high security and integrity of data. It's a distributed ledger, it's not a method with the techniques, but typically this is what we need to retain. The disruption is coming from the blockchain. Now, and open data, this is a mistake, so blockchain, very supportive regulation, open banking. So the regulation, especially in markets like Europe and US, are really supportive for fintech. And they have a real strategy to challenge banks. They have a real strategy to challenge banks. So the concept of open banking is to enable fintech to log and to have to the accounts. I mean, this is a revolution. Means that banks in Europe, for example, since last year, are obliged to open their part of the database, not everything, of course, to the fintech through APIs.
Okay, just to short it out, because there's a lot to take in what you're saying about blockchain, and we don't want to go into that.
Okay, now, so just to conclude, come back to one of the applications of fintech, is the platform, IsDB platform. So what IsDB platform is doing, thank you for helping. So I mean, we are giving 30 minutes, it was 45 minutes. That's
fine.
Okay.
I don't want you to.
But I also co-organize it.
But you're talking about my company.
Okay, so the platform, the idea is to show you that we are in a disruption, that technology will also help in the development, not only private sector, financial inclusions. So ICT is offering a platform, typically it's capital matching, which will enable a project owner here in Suriname, or even in the region, through Trustbank Amanah. So Trustbank Amanah is the first screening to see if this project is bankable or not, serious or not, and this project will be put in this platform. It means that it will be visible to more than 100 financial institutions worldwide. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we're going to skip a lot of questions, and let's go to the last one with Dave. Like we discussed last time, there are a couple of villages in Suriname, and you would like to install a lot of things. The government is doing a lot of things. So what are the main challenges that you have, to installing things in terms of regulation, also to finding a solution for those villages?
Yes. As you know, if you look at Suriname, how we are situated, we see that the majority of our population lives in the coastal area. So when we look at the current law that has been adopted in 2016, it talks about the national grid. But in this case, when we talk about the national grid, we talk about the grid that is in the coastal area of Suriname, and a little bit to the center, towards the Afabaka hydro dam. So all of that is what we call the national grid. what we never must forget, and certainly for government it's very important, that of course we see that not only in that area people are living, there are also, not the majority, but there are also people living in the interior of Suriname. And we see that they are living in tribal communities in more than 200 plus villages. So for the government of Suriname, one of the priorities is also, of course, except for the investments that are taking place for the upgrading and for the development and for the expanding of the national grid in the coastal area, one of the priorities for the government is also looking at how we could provide these villages in the interior with the same opportunities as you would find in the coastal area when it comes to 24-hour electricity. And something that has been proven to be a quite efficient or quite effective system to set up in these villages because they are far off the national grid. You could not connect them to the national grid. Certainly it wouldn't be that easy, or it would be very costly. So a solution that we've seen and what we're now implementing as a priority for the government is putting up what we call micro-hybrid grids, microgrids based on solar energy with backup of batteries and also a gen set, but that's only in the case of when we have an issue with the electricity that is being generated through the solar panels. So primarily, we're using for these villages, setting up solar panels, setting up solar farms, where one or more than one village can be connected to it, kind of a mini, microgrid based on solar energy. So that is what we're doing, that is what we're looking for. So you could imagine, when you're talking about somewhat more than 200 villages, there's a number of finances needed. So we have identified together with countries that we have a close cooperation with. I can mention India. I work together with the Ambassador Al Mohammed on one of the, for example, the India credit line. But we also are now in the process of identifying other possibilities, opportunities for financing these projects. Also, we have seen that private companies are a number of companies working together, maybe through a development fund from another country which we have close ties with. India is one of them, but another example is China, for example. So we are now identifying and bringing to a better view what the possibilities are of financing these projects for setting up solar energy. We already have a number on their way for a number of villages, but there are still some villages, at least 30 to 50 villages that we want to set up also solar mini grids. And for that part, we're also looking at opportunities, identifying opportunities for financing those. So that is where in the process we are now. And as I've mentioned, for a number of villages, through the India credit line, China, we already are in the process of having those villages on a hybrid micro solar system. So that's what we're doing now.
Excellent. So you have a couple of solutions on board and that you are investigating, right? Okay. So unfortunately, this is I will end up the panel with the last words of the day. I will give the floor to the audience if they have any questions. Just bear in mind that Karim is working in Suriname, and you can find him every day. So just kidding. Just kidding. Sorry. So the floor is yours. If you have any questions, please let us know. I was joking about Karim. He's my friend, and I know he's full of knowledge and he's very passionate about Islamic finance. So I'm just joking with him. So please, if you have any questions, just let us know. Alright, no questions.
This confirms my first question. Everyone knows about self-finance. Good.
That's good.
I can be proud of everyone.
I will be brief, Chairman. I didn't get a chance to address the last panel, but I want to compliment the ambassador in Indonesia, His Excellency, and Anwar Mohammed. It is so important for me to say that the reason why I believe Islamic finance will succeed in Suriname is because it is driven by the leadership of the country and the commitment of the people of the Trust Bank. That's the first thing I would like to say. The second thing I would like to say is that also complimentary for his innovative thinking, bringing the bonds and these type of unique financing instruments into the market. The film I saw, it is something that is badly needed for the Caribbean region, especially where private sector development is concerned as well. Karen, I would advise you to read a book called Thank You for Being Late by Thomas Friedman. And it said that there are 3 things that is changing the world today. Technology, and especially disruptive technologies, globalization, and somehow if, again, Islamic finance, and again, I'm looking at the process of reverse linkages, but could help us regarding globalization, CARICOM trade. This is something very important and at the heart of where we live in this region. And then finally, what poses an existential threat to us right now, climate change. So those are my closing comments, Chairman. Thank you for a job well done.
Thank you very much. So if there is no more questions,
can I say
yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the comment. I would just, if you don't mind, share with you a surah, an ayah from surah, from Surah Al-Hujurat, 8:39. It said, God said, "O my child, we created you from a single of a male and a female, and made you into nations and tribes, that you may know each other, that you may despite verily the most honored of you in the sight of Allah, God, is the most righteous of you, and Allah has full knowledge and is well acquainted." The message is that Islam is very open. We are encouraged in the Islam to know, to be curious, to meet other type of population, other type of let's say, cultures. Suriname, we have a chance, and this is really remarkable, and I would like you to insist on it. It's not just to say this. It's exceptional. I think it's really an example of tolerance and how many countries can be colleagues, have fun together, have fiesta together, say salam, even if you are not Muslim. This is worldwide. Believe me, there are no lot of countries where it is happening like here. So I hope that Suriname will learn from this exchange between the Muslim world and Suriname, the country and the region, of course. And I hope that Islamic finance will be beneficial for all the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those wise words, and I will thank all the participants for coming with us and the speakers for everything they did. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Karim and Mr. Torarica, and also the moderator of this panel, Mr. Munir Junaidi. We also have some gifts for the panelists and the moderator. Can you please stand for the stage? There will be a photo. Can I ask Ms. Badri to join for the photo? Oh. Please stay for a photo, Karim and Munir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the very fruitful forum, the first Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum. May I invite the CEO of Trustbank Amanah to deliver the closing remarks of this forum.
so nervous at this end because of the time constraints. So my team over there has made a summary, but sorry guys, I will not have the time to read it. So I'm just gonna take 30 seconds time if it's okay. I'm gonna be brief. I hope that this forum was as interesting for you as it was for me. We see the potential of Islamic finance. Trustbank Amanah has established a solid and strong foundation for Islamic finance to grow further in Suriname and bring it to the next level. And we hope that we can introduce also Islamic finance in the Caribbean. We have discussed challenges and opportunities of the private sector. What we as Trustbank Amanah want to do or try to do is connect Suriname with the untapped market in the East and the Far East and the Middle East. We try to open new business markets. And we hope that we have, in some way, let's say, uncovered the black box that Islamic finance is for some of us. We are very happy that the government and the business community, local and from the region, are embracing Islamic finance. And we hope that together we can bring Islamic finance to the next level. We've seen that there is a need to create more awareness and information about Islamic finance. We got positive reactions, feedback during the forum itself, during the breaks, and I think that we're going to work toward the second edition of this forum. And I hope that when we're going to organize that, again, we'll have IsDB on board. I hope that Munir is listening to me. Yeah, yes, here. So I would like to say thank you. It was really interesting, fruitful forum. And again, let's work together to bring Islamic finance to the next level. And I hope to see you at the second edition of the Caribbean Islamic Finance Forum. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Ms. Maureen Bajuri. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Trustbank Amanah and ICD, I want to thank you all very much for your time and willingness to participate on this forum. Once again, thank you and keep an eye on us for the upcoming activities. As already our CEO mentioned, she is looking forward to the second edition of this forum. We'll keep in touch, inshallah. Arrive safely at your next destination and have a nice weekend. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.